Alright, let's get back into it. Gotta remember, make sure I don't press the power button. I press the mute button on the TV screen that I use with the desktop because it takes 5 minutes before I can turn it back on again. Because it's an old, stupid TV and has some bugs going for it. Anyways, time for a vault. That's empty. That can go in pocket. He's got my stuff in the attic. I wish it, like, sorted by, like, count. But for now, that's fine. We've got Larimar to get. Don't know about that yet, but definitely this. Because, hey, look. There's an echo. And I've already made the polish by... Let's hit some sleep real quick, if it will let me. Just so you don't get immediately attacked by sky rats when I walk back out. Also, I did a little bit of adjustment on my shaders and things like that. I went into the settings. So technically that's a little bit brighter than before. And Piece of Candy is no longer glowy. Which is maybe a bit of a bummer, but like I never wanted it to be the glowy stuff. That just got inherited when one of the updates happened. So... Very good on the egg, sir. Alright. Cave, elixir, and I don't have anyone who can save me if I die in a dungeon. I also have about half my standard pickaxe that I would want to use burned up already, but I have the secondary one in case I decide to do that. But let's figure out what in the world we're working with to start. Tanks. These should be 10s. And I don't know what that symbol is. Anyways. Ah! Small children! Not just child. Double babies! They call twins. Double babies! Sure. We'll take any vault where I'm this close to done 2 minutes in. Dungeon. This is skeleton. Wait. Is it the rib cage? It's the rib cage. I finally figured that out. Now I can tell them apart. Because it used to be that I couldn't tell the skeleton and the zombie. I guess the face is a little bit different too, but it was like, how do you tell the difference? Right. The skeletons have that rib cage added. Little details that you just... Okay, that I haven't thought of. Icicle. Pick up. Come on, boys. Ow, crunchy. Okay. Nah. That's one of the aesthetics I'll leave. What do you do to water? Because, skulls take 1.5 seconds of mining, no matter the tool, because they do not have a tool affinity. So, it will always take you a second and a half to, punch out a skull or a player head or a decoration. But water breaks instantly if placed in the same space or it flows into it. Now, if I could have managed to place it quickly there, it might have made a difference, but otherwise it probably took me just as long. I also need to get more used to attacking at rapid speed. You know, take advantage of how quickly the sword actually refreshes, and maybe I can juggle undead mobs as they're coming after me. Like that one. How much extra knockback resist is on? Okay, champions have a decent amount. So... sit. I'd say I'm doing fairly good to start. That's not the dungeon boss yet. That's the dungeon boss. Yeep. Ooh. Well, that's one normal boss. I'd say that was a fairly decent showing against it. 6 EXP. Now, this is the room where he was. So I'm going to guess there was probably the thing he was guarding. Oh, dang it. Nothing unlocked. Any more barrels? Any more barrels? Any more barrels? Yeah. Alright. Let's get back to actually doing the elixir, I guess. I say as I spot another skull to steal. Wasn't he supposed to have, like, a friend, too? Normally those have at least two. Anyways, like, I get it. Early game, it's supposed to be easier on you. But I do think it sends, like, a little bit of the wrong message. For it to go from traps still give you stuff to traps give you nothing but the trap. Once you get, like, at 50 or whatnot. Alright. Larry. Black Opal, Larry. Larry's for the quest, and I do want to see if I can get that done before I get all the way out of this vault. Came in that way, so did this one. You haven't even done upstairs in room 1. Yeah, but you see, I just did, like, dungeon, so that's, like, an extra room. And there were, like, lots of champs in there, so it was reasonable that it took me a little bit of time. Alright. Also, at some point I need to change myself to piece of cake. Not because I'm especially worried about, like, the difficulty ending up with me, like, obliterated, but because the compass researches also scale based on difficulty, and some of them are already ridiculous on piece of cake for how long they take, because people aren't doing 500 plus vaults a day. Season, mostly. And if you aren't wanting to encourage 1.16 running, well, besides, like, for bingos or whatnot, where you want to encourage them seeking out very specific types because for a challenge they have to deal with something. They're fine down there. Alright. Mod box. Yeah, I hate the little loot item display because, like, it doesn't always show enough. Boys, where are you, slapsy feet? I swear there was more than one of you. Did the other one manage to wander far enough away that he despawned? They aren't supposed to despawn. Yeah, supposed to versus do apparently is two different things at the moment. Wooden. Yeah, that one almost always is going to get set off by somebody in this room. Alright. Yoink. Thanks, Fart Cloud. Everyone loves ya. I failed that dash. It's fine. It's, too wooden. Ooh. Shopping. Double pouch. Probably is going to be worth the value. I think there was a chest there. I need to steal this written book at some point during the season before I get too far. Yes. Oh. I need that. Can't get any of those. Because you can only get those while they were bugged out and breaking on their own. Sir. Rude. I'm supposed to be the one shooting things, not you. Alright. Bag is full of types. Right? Because I need to increase the amount of, that I can have jewel pouches by increasing the... Ooh, another shopping chance. By increasing the amount of... Ouchie gets... stack upgrades by putting like one more stack upgrade in it, or increasing the current stack upgrade, but that requires 2 pogs, which requires me to find the other 2 or 3 player gems. I think the one bomb knight I have is from a pillage, so technically I haven't even found it yet. Not in a, oh, I need to have found each one. Like, I got it legitimately through one of the mining things, but it was or legitimately through a game mechanic in my own vault from my own looting. But it was, like, impossible to fortune it because it was not an ore at the time I collected it. Remember, if you need to deal with smacking a small child around, trick them into taking the high ground, then you can go after their legs, because that's what they're going to do to you otherwise. Alright. That is that... Okay, not the baby, that's the tank, just the adult. The adult is giving an aura of resistance, it looks like. Let's clear out the baby. Yeah. Like, it made the champion noise and was still making the zombie noise, which meant I knew it had to be tanks. And I didn't want to deal with a tank champion baby, so I might have had to figure out my best way to escape this room while leaving a baby behind. Ah. I also need to make some more pickup upgrades eventually. North was the next way up, so... in theory, I should do this. Why not? Why not the shulker? Bag is easier to open without taking out of my inventory when I get home. Alright. Put out the fire, then collect the loot from here. Alright. Let's lure those further down by coming over here and solve these guys. Then I can go and do that. In a minute. 5 minutes. They got rid of the Y level bug, they say. It's fine, they say. Tell me why I'm having to waterlog things. Okay. That can stay in. This can stay in. Honestly, I need to change that into an advanced filter and use that for deciding what goes in here, and then I can make the trash collector bag. Because you can use the advanced pickup upgrade, and all you do is you set it to vault chest loot, and anyways, I got distracted there and traveled in the wrong direction for handling those guys. But I don't like that puddle spot anyways for fighting. One of my least favorite little points. Okay, actually, I don't care about it much because usually I'm nowhere near it. But, you know. Okay. Nothing there. Don't need any food. Also, I checked through everything. What do you mean? The thing I've been excessively collecting for the last several seasons is never required by the vault author, according to JEI. Like, is it entirely only to turn in for bounties? And I've been like excessively collecting them and not even turning in any for bounties. All right. Bonk. Let's peek the next room. Yeah. I saw you were on, but I was working on sleeving up one of my deck building games that I've had for a while that I just need to get around to finishing, getting it all sleeved up. But it's like I just spent 6 hours and got 2 of the sets all together, and there's another like 10 in the box that I haven't dealt with yet. So, anyways, I love mana traps. Just like how long it leaves me without the ability to dash because I don't have the fight things for mana yet. Like, to be fair, like, I'm also double sleeving it instead of single sleeve, so, like, the sleeves are 2 sets, one's facing down, one facing up. Cheekiest champion I could get. Alright. And no pog from it. Bummer. Did get a pog earlier from a different one. I also hit a dungeon. And at some point I need to actually make this into a decent, what you call it? Stack of blade. Look, I've been playing Magic the Gathering since 2010, and I have had at least one case of somebody managing to spill a drink across a table, like a decent-sized table, onto my cards, and the only reason why I had something that wasn't suddenly a very bendy $5 card instead of the nice crisp $60 card or whatever was because it had both an outer and an inner sleeve. And like, okay, yes, this is like essentially a board game thing, but it was annoying for me to replace it when it got stolen out of my car right after a game night sort of thing. Came home, didn't get my car entirely unloaded before it got stolen, and then it was like all that went AWOL. So like this was even a replacement set, and it only worked because the company, like my previous one was like all the sets from like the fancy editions and all that. I didn't manage to replace that, but I did get at least the mechanical ones because for the anniversary they were like, oh yes, we've got the all the sets available as like trimmed down ones that you can get as just like a big box of them, and then you can get sleeves from us as well all at the same time. But it's like, yeah, I managed to finally get that. It took a year and a half to finish getting shipped to me because like they did it as part of a Kickstarter, and that's just how long it took to uh, how long it took for it to go from right, pledge to fulfillment, especially in the global logistics that was at the time. And it's just like, yeah. Fortunately, it's not one of those cases where it's like, oh, yeah, I really want to play this game and I haven't gotten the opportunity. And it's more like, uh, well, the usual group that I always used to play it with, some of them have moved out of state, and some stopped meeting up, but are still in state, and some of the other people I might bug for a different game night, one of them decided to be an asshole, kick somebody out instead of talking to him because that's how he handles everything. Like, he did the exact same thing to his cousin in the group at one point. And that, like, instantly burned the bridge with that group. After, like, 3 years of weekly hangouts. So, that was fun. What was I doing? Right. No, that's living. Bummer. Barely illegal. Like, the one illegal thing about this is the fact that it's a common model on an epic wand. I might need to... yeah, I probably need to roll this for some stuff. Barely illegal. That's epic. That's epic. Okay, so... I'm not going Axis this season. And it's the wrong level to be of much use for me to save for you, so... But yeah. Yeah, which is why I've already dumped 4 points in the sweeping edge thing. In theory, I probably should have done more on my active abilities and then done the buff abilities, but I want to get to my life leech as soon as possible, which requires me to come over here and dump cleave on, and then I need 2 points for life leech. And I can start life leeching. Which will be nice because, like, this is the power level I had. Like, it was 150. And it was the 50% cleave. So, like, this is already more powerful for damage output than I had previously while I was doing Lucky Hit. And this is 2 extra percent on the life leech. So, like, my survivability is, in fact, increased this run. So I'm going to definitely like that. I am also very tempted to walk downstairs and eat one of the burgers I have on the shelf because, well, like I'm at 24. Also, I need to crack these at some point. Probably in the next like 2 minutes. Uh, but first, I want to dump all the. I had a double pouch that I had raided stuff out of the vault with. And I apparently have managed to set it down someplace where I. That makes sense. Well, no, it doesn't, but at the same time, it does. Anyways, I need to deloot that after a bit. I stole a bunch of the skulls from the skeleton dungeon. I need this for my index for sapling along with leaf because, let's make sure we get everything the altar can ask for together. But before that, right, no, I don't have the pog yet. Because I didn't get enough Larimar, so I don't have the Echo. Well, I do have the pog, but I don't have the Echo yet from the bounty, so because I didn't get quite enough Larimar ores all harvested. Not that I think any of those were ones I had. There we go. Then I can come over here and go boop, boop, boop. The trinket won't go in because there's not actually a trinket there for match. That'll go in there. None of this is self-compacting yet. But, that's a very specific number there. All of them. Thank you. Yep. Thought so. It stopped at 260. I recognize that. That is a specific number of stacks. Or 640. Or whatever it was, and it's like, yeah, no, that just means it's full. First hostile lake. Alright. What do I have left? Chains. Any of the rest of this look like it needs a slot down here? No. Like, maybe at some point I'll actually, like, add those. But ever since they made it so easy to move the Ooh, hi Crafty. Let's do this with the right intonation. But yeah, right now my loadout at quick is I've already dumped my 3 points in Stonefall because that's the only way I'm not going to be taking fall damage. Like, and I'll keep running this to level 100 even. 2 points so far in Javelin, 3 in Heal, which means I have absolutely abysmal ranged attack. But it helps just a little bit. 3 in Heal, just so I'm getting a little more on each burst. Minimal amount of Vein Miner to make it just a tad better. Dash. I can make some of my jumps, not many of them. But Fatal Strike, so that I've got 6 on my helm, 7 on my sword, so yeah. Yeah, I know the joke. 13%? 13% chance of triple damage with a 75% cleave area. Or 75% damage cleave area. Plus 30 total mining speed. Which, like, hey, that's like 4 times base. The speed, just because at some point I will want the greater speed, won't bother with blazing. I never bother with blazing because it's just not worth that time effort. Max out on the sweep, which of course meant I had to have the might. Like, I'm being a little bit pedantic here, but is it that it does more damage to the mobs while they are below half their health? Or is it that you deal more damage to mobs while you're below 50% of your health? Because we've had both worded almost exactly the same way. I think it's probably that mobs that are halfway through their health will be taking more damage from you, but it might be that you have to be at half your health or less to be doing extra damage. But, like, the name Executioner makes me feel like it's saying that the mobs are at half or less. Also, the obvious earlies. Might do this, but I think I'm going to burn my way through the bounties first. Just because it'll let me do more rollovers when I have a serious playday. I handcrafted the one that's in this sucker. It is expense. But given the fact that's a significant amount of storage, and I haven't even thrown the upgrade to iron so that I can make it voiding, which will roughly double this capacity. Not that I necessarily need any more capacity than I currently have, I just need to make it voiding at some point. And that notes this is in low power mode. These are just the casual generations. These aren't the panic generations. This is on low mode just because I don't have it voiding yet. So I didn't want to risk it running on high. Also, I should figure out what I need to grab for my next rock from down there, if any. Cobblestone and dripstone and beetroot is... Beetroot seeds are in here. Because I haven't harvested enough. Yeah, I'll have to wait on that one. Alright, sir. That's enough of that. Thank you for collecting your next batch. We're going to assign you a new job. Do this one now. Thank you. Alright. Okay. Technically, I should be using that to breed up some of the animals in the animal pen already, but I'll deal with that later. I need all 16 colors of sheep, among other things. Mainly because it lets me take advantage of thermal expansions, centrifugal separator or whatever it's called, which lets me spin the dyes out of the wool, leaving me with white wool and whatever dye piece per wool piece, which will help me make my color wall, because then I can like dye the glass for nearly nothing, dye base terracotta for nearly nothing. Alright. I have failed to put my Larimar away downstairs. Alright. New reach. Tier. So. Reach and quantity. Like, technically, that's as much as that gets. And, like, they kind of know what in the world's going on with Hammer. So it is one of the things they want to patch. So I'm going to take a little bit of advantage of it while it still sticks around. But that mainly just means I might make a low power hammer with the new bonus mining speed in mind, closer at like maybe 35. Uh, I'm a little bit disappointed that this got put in there. Like, yes, the modded recipe he had in makes these like expensive to make because this is still like 3 vault diamonds, 3 player gems, 2 steel, and whatever a third of an echo would be if you use the modded one that uses the storage. But it has a completely vanilla recipe they didn't disable yet. They didn't disable it when they patched it either. So, right. Okay. I know where that goes. Anyways, you can tell that I was already sending it here. Oh, so nice. Like, to her, it makes so much difference. To me, it's 3 skill points. Okay, sure, there are people who use Storm of Jordan for less, but anyways, I've now got some storage links. I haven't made the interface yet, but that doesn't mean that I can't go, hey, I've got it, so we're going to place it. This array also is its own. And at some point I need to tear out all these, but that's also predicated on me adding more to this wall. Which means in the next little bit I should also rip out more into that chunk. Alright. I mean, if your hammer still exists, I can always use your hammer, right? Because unless you've used much more recent ones, 24 should be more than enough levels to use all of the ones you used the first time. And there's nothing saying that I couldn't just go and make myself one. I've got more than enough hammer jewels. I could probably make a 5x5 without any issue. Ooh, you got that one before I saw it. Is this enough for that one? No, not quite. F. Alright. Okay. I need 2 steel from down here, 2 diamonds, 2 more steel, 2 more diamonds, 2 here. Then I need 1 of these. And is it essence or steel that's the steel? Iron. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And then I've got the Larimar for it in my hand at the moment. But let's just take those ones. That one back. Alright. So, golden redstone, which I need to wander down here eventually too as well. You can't put the things away by using him, but you can take the things out. That's what you can do. So he's a little bit less useful than you might want him to be. He won't do any deposits, only withdrawals. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Did I still have a hopper in here, or do I have to craft one real quick? There we go. Alright. Craft a pickup. Craft it to... Right. Crafted to advanced requires me to also remember the initial one during the initial. There we go. Then we take this, we swap it for this one, and we build some filters. I should connect myself to the Discord, right? Maybe. Okay, have a good day. Uh, Let's see. Seeds go upstairs. Tasty. Okay. I believe dripstone is still downstairs, but I also need to figure out where I'm going to grow some more. I think it's down here. Yeah. I think it needs to be outside someplace. Not necessarily on the building, but... Can I get the reach angle? No, I can't. Dang. Minecraft spruce trapdoor. Alright. Frog. That's fine. That's fine. And unfortunately, you can't use some non-Minecraft swords to do the quick mining on these. Though, arguably, you don't need the swords for the instant because the axe is significantly faster with an additional 30 mining speed. So I can just kind of go like this with the axe. And it feels weird, but, you know, we're not exactly vanilla, so might as well take the less modded trick. Also, I would love to use the thermal one, but sophisticated storage is annoying about it. Alright. Now I have to go and get water. Where in the world am I going to... Oh, right, I can fill it at the sink. Alright. Someone very nicely provided me a new magnet. And, in theory, a new shirt. Do I go and eat a burger? Let's actually take the look. I need about 500. And these are 1100, I think. 1500. So this is an extra 5,000, extra 1,000 from what I need. Holy emotes, Batman. Anyways. Uh, this, and this need to get worked on. I don't think I actually want to touch this one. I think I throw some unbreaking on it and then wear it as is. Let's start here. Okay. Stun lucky. The lucky hit has to be greater or equal. $1.5, but I would be giving up Healing Cloud for a Chilling Cloud. No. I think I need... Shocking Hit is a no. Lucky. I need 7% or better on that lucky. The sad thing is, like, some of these would be great if it weren't for the fact, like, I do need it to be a notable improvement. And that needs at least the 7% lucky hit. And can't be shocking. Dead. And I didn't even get an adaptive out of it. Alright. Actually, I do think maybe I poke this. Rarity? 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 Yes. Oh. I need it to match for type. High quantity. Okay, I'm just apparently killing omegas, so... Okay. -1 armor, but +2 hit points, 5% block chance. Slight improvement on the mono regen at a slight cost of healing efficiency. And technically, I'll use the resistance, which means I actually am going to be taking more damage. But if I start getting too desperate, I can always handcraft some stuff. As far as I can tell, they despawn if I don't catch them in short order. Uh, Good to know. And if Hellfire decides to raid me another time, that would be a bit ridiculous, but I don't even have a cat, and I have to let it outside. Go, kitty, go devastate the wildlife. Alright. Okay. Alright. I'm down here because I need an amount of cobblestone. I don't think it's... That's direct. Right. It looks like the lighting in here I probably should improve because that does almost look like cobblestone just from the shape, and it's hard to tell on the lighting since the lights are on the ceiling. So I might need to throw some lights down on the floor, probably using those bar ones I make. But that's in a bit. Let's... You've all got source blocks above you. You can make some. Like, I need one of you to make one. Alright. Okay. Hmm. Later, I'll rip a hole in the wall. I do want to get into the vault. Too bad Twerker doesn't work on this. That'd be nice. Okay, so this I just need to finish filling in one of these days because it's pretty much full already. I have no clue if that made a chicken. Fairly well could have. Okay. Before I actually wander into the caves, let's solve the travel time issue. It's my go home ball. I'm going to take my ball and go home. The answer is yes, it did make a chicken. Alright. I'm fairly certain somewhere down here there is dripstone. Anyways, like I said, piece of candy are no longer glowing. Well, but then that other one is the one that glows down here. And redstone when something walks on it, but other than that, I'm no longer getting glowing copper and all that. Especially because you can't, I checked the settings, you can't make coal glow, which is, like, I get it, but at the same time, like, gold's not supposed to glow, diamonds aren't supposed to glow. I think it's a little bit rude that you're also then going to make it so that coal doesn't. Alright. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Like, I need a pointed dripstone, or I need to wander around just long enough that one grows up there. There's a spider around. Oh, I thought there was a walkway behind it. No. What was it? Is there one this way? One of those was a leader zombie. How do you know? Because the one with the armor spawned within 24 blocks of me, which can only happen as a reinforced mechanic. So one of those two babies I slashed across the face was a leader zombie. I am too close to my base for this to operate. No, I'm not too close to the base to operate. I currently have not given it any assignments, and I have not picked up my trash bag yet. Anyways, look. The vault mobs versus the overworld mobs. The overworld mobs are at about level 30, 20, something like that. Not bad for loot. calcite. Okay. Cool. I'm going to say... Anyways, well, among other things that I'm going to say is... Uh, if you watched my previous season, dealing with the red spawners, I am going to say that the new sweeping adjustment is like the best thing to have happened. As far as being able to handle the red spawners. Because used to be, I'd have to try something. Much more significant than that. Anyways, I even got a horse armor out of it. I got a legal stone. Yeah, this is also like a barely exposed vein, so this is going to be delicious because, like, it's maybe lost one or two of its potential block generations, and even then it's like more probably got lost by the gold being there than anything else. So that's a really hardy amount of chromatic iron. And that wasn't even the only one I spotted down here. Anyways, I've got more than enough dripstone now for what I was doing. So I can warp home at any time, so that means I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes mining more chromatic iron, right? Okay. Like, if I could set emissive ores for, like, the modded things too, I might be tempted to turn them back on, but because I am limited to only emissive ores for the vanillas. Anyways, I've gotten a little more distracted again. But that's mainly because I want to do just a little bit of wander to see if I find anything interesting. Like, if there's like one or two more red spawners around, it's nice to clear those out while I've cleared out a batch of them. So likely the three of them there and then the one outside were all one pack spawn. Because packs can technically split across walls like that. All right. Red, red, red. 2. Red. Anyways, I think the machine here is probably already full anyways. Yeah, this is getting full. So I need to come and get this at some point. Then I need to do that, that. And later on... Yep, there we go. That's good. All right. One dripstone. Compress these. Then next step is there, 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 there. Which leaves me with... So that means there's a stack of iron someplace. These are in the... Or stacked gold someplace. This continues to go in my, what you call it? Ender chest. Alright. That just means I need to figure out about compacting that. Ugh. Oh, we're going to pull this for it. Alright. That's food. Vanilla, 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 vanilla. Vanilla, vanilla, vanilla. Modded. Modded. Technically vanilla. In theory, I probably should just, like, avoid those. Oops. That's all sorted. And that tells me there. That's the funniest way for me to do that one. Aw. I need to put the high back. I can't have it not have the high. I mean, I can do the high using that, in theory. But that sort of... Alright. Good luck, he says to the guy who's currently leading the server in levels. I mean, it's still always relevant. Especially with his track record with modified wooden vaults. What's that mean? Yeah. I said what I said. I also will want more deposits in the long run, of course. Okay, so those go in, these come out. These go in because they'll get deposited downstairs. Vanilla, 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 vanilla. Technically vanilla. Aw, I thought it hadn't. I thought this one had the orders in it because it's from the one of the shops. Modded. Alright. You then take this back from this one. Put it back in this one. Then we need to make some standard stack upgrades downstairs, right? I have left them in this instead of my backpack. Up, 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 up. Dirt. Coarse dirt. Okay, I guess coarse dirt isn't in any of them yet. And I haven't thrown tough down. Or cobbled. So those go in there. Then we go Step upgrade 1 is okay. So that's silk 8, 4, 2, and 2 essence. Silk. One, two, three, four. Let's go 1, 2. Then I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 2. And then I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets it to the next tier. So we go. Start with the blank. Tier 1. Oh, I need 4 steel, right? Oh, it's locks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Steel's the next one then. Okay. I'm fine with that. Then I can go back. Okay. If I click this, champion loot, creation crates, treasure chest, treasure sand, treasure room. Okay, so I have to manually dig out the other ones. Room's lootable, that's why that one's there. Alright. We want to set this to the appropriate one. All Skull Vault loot. Then we're going to hit this with all chest loot. And then because I can't do the orbs, this is one of the reasons why you stick with fortune. You can set the gems. But if I did like okay, I can do the vault ores. It does have vault ores tag too. Cool. Does it allow anyways, that is now set up, which means this is no longer going to be collecting everything. So I can pull Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pulled those. So right now, this is probably going to be here, voiding. Void overflow. And technically, I should give them dedicated slots. Rock. That will, of course, move later on. All right. All right. Back to the same recipe again. And there we go. That will help with vault chest looting as well. Technically, I can still fill up with gear pretty easily. I burned my shards on the hostile egg out of it earlier. But that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Ow. Like he's doing his job really well. I might actually have to give him a... well, like, at some point I do need to get, like, routers and whatnot set up for various recipes stuff. Especially, like... because I don't want to stick with just the one of that long term. But eventually I do want to get a decent amount of farmability in my own stuff, and I don't think I'm going to go through the effort of building an in... despite what I've done on previous seasons, I don't think I'm actually going to build a in-world standard farm for the... okay. That's all free, pretty much. Okay. Next one in. This is... Yeah, this one's an annoying theme. It's not horrendous. Anyways. Someone needs to talk to whoever's in the charge of decorating these and ask them why they thought, hey, blaze rods make an appropriate light source. That's a ridiculous resource to just have available because more traps. No, don't want to deal with more traps. Ow. Those feel a lot stronger than they should be at this level. Like, yes, there was a crit in there, but still. Like, okay, I also have 4% less resistance. That's effectively like protection 2 being gone. But still. That one absolutely crunched me. What point of interest were you guys at? Probably not. Is that actually lava? Ow. Rude, sir. No, it's not lava. Because, like, I know who doesn't like that in themes, so I was going to be like, who in the world thought it was a good idea to make entire pools full of lava? No, it's... I'm not particularly a fan of this theme. The weird fungus things are not undead, but these are. Okay, I guess it comes down to mushrooms aren't exactly something you can kill in a meaningful way. Is my pickup notifier only listing decor again because the update keeps resetting it to decor only? So it doesn't even have my added on Skyvault loot stuff. And is that why, like, none of the good loot is showing? Like, I guess I see gear when gear happens, but... don't think I need worse healing efficiency when the skeletons are doing 5 points of damage to me a hit. But I also need to get 3. Lagging? No. Mouse died. Mouse died. Mouse died. And I do not have a secondary mouse. I have to swap the battery on this. Ow. Walking on the blaze rods hurts. Okay. It's got a little more power and it started moving again. Yay. I might need to still swap its battery. The bottom of it's currently open. That was annoying. Also, I don't like... Personally, I'm still annoyed by like this design of this because it's like the items can fall down. Ooh, it's candy. Fine. Okay. Nope, neither one of those worthwhile. I don't need the jump boost. I didn't even touch it. Over. Anyways, thanks, Tank, for that jump boost there. That was crunchy. Alright. Mod box. Did I even list the mod box as I picked that up? Alright. Downstairs. How dare one actually spawn all the way upstairs? Oh. Crunchy babies. Probably I don't need to actually be picking up the stick stacks too, but ah! It's probably a bad idea to be in here while there are mobs out there currently wanting to eat my face directly. But fortunately, big guy was keeping him out. Mostly. Healing Cloud, my beloved. I think I want to skip on those coins there. I'm going to apparently fall down the ladder there. Force of Habit. Currently my map is view it using Q, but I haven't crafted one yet because it's 4 pods and I haven't made 4 pods yet. Alright. I also should make sure I hit at least some Larimar this vault, so I might need to run and find specifically an ore room or an ore POI explicitly, because I need 3 more Larimar for the bounty. Quicker picker upper. Wait. That's not one of the ones that has a conduit in it. Whoop. Get your butts over here. I can't get sweeping edge if you want right here. Small children. There appears to be one more down here somewhere. Ha! Smack the small child that is stuck in a corner. That's a completely appropriate way to interact with small children in timeout. Wait, no. What is with your sense of humor? Look, sometimes I just decide not to, like, bother with any kind of thought between whatever goes through my head and what comes out of my mouth. Because sometimes that's just more fun. So, I'll say absolute nonsense things that are like, that's kind of horrible to think. No. If I had my Silk Touch already ready on main hand, then I would have done it. But I didn't, so I didn't. Northward. Ow. Steam Turbo. Maybe I should also remember I've got this. Double back. That one in room 4. Now that's ores. So room 4, room 3. How quickly can I look at all this? Double pouch. Burger. That one's a fun one. What was it that I just... Better. Faster, worse healing, more mobs? Is that what I just added for the better ores stuff? Time to head south again. Can't do a dungeon. Not with the arrangement I've done so far. I need ores anyways, so I'm just going to move on, and the baby's going to continue to chase me. Not an ore room, but nah, I didn't roll the ore POI. if I'm counting right, the vault's exit will be immediately to my right. Nope. I counted wrong, which means I can head that way to head out. Or I am a dead man, completely lost, and it doesn't matter for me to try and find the exit at this point. So either way, I should leave this room. Or G. Larry. Larry. Low roll on that one. Pete. I already have some Pete, I believe. Larry's done. And yeah, I do actually need more Larry and stuff like that, so. I'm... And it was west to head towards exit. I believe. And like I said, either I know my way out or I'm already dead. And no amount of Kiwis is going to make a major difference if I'm already a dead man. I mean, I could adjust my map to not be Zeros, but I think the amount of time difference to do that isn't worth the loot cost of not hitting this last orb point of interest as best I can. Alright. West. Yep. There we go. And we're up. Yeah, I gotta trade the batteries out. I've got 4 on a charger next to me, but they're of dubious ages, so they don't necessarily last the longest. gets blown up by Creeper while in the end menu, right? And that means I can now life leech a bit. My build is coming together. Claim. Activate. Five. I think it was part of 6. Claim. That one might take a while, even if it is for Fun Day. I'll focus on Gilded. That works. Alright. Cheese the burger. Alright. Seems pretty clean. Unlike this nonsense. Because these, you need treasure sand dig site for them to get picked up automatically by item tags. Go around! That's not where my door is. Door-to-door salesman in my backyard. I escorted him off my property with prejudice. Completely appropriate. Anyways, I think the Buildscape Spore Blossoms count for Vault Loot or Vault Altar. Ooh, I can start forcing the style of play I want to do. Cool. Clearly, I should set it to Scav Lecter. Wait. This goes in here. Mod boxes. Let's see what the legendary is. Uh, by blocking on my shield. Mm. That recycles. I can never remember which one makes the good crying phase. I think it's supposed to be Q.Q. Oh. It's a bummer because, like, that's minus 15 block, 2 hit points, a massive amount of effect avoidance. So, like, my survivability went down so that my life leech can go up. But that does put me at 24, 29 lucky hits so far. Okay, yeah, that one's nice. Um, is 10 too high for me to put an Omega in here? No. We just might need to trim down some of the lower quality but slightly higher level gear. So I'm going to stick that in there, and I'm going to say possibly this low level Vault Axe that's still level 11 though, probably is just recycle instead. Since that one was full. Anyways, I still have more things to put away, so let's go and do that. Right, these are all basically auto-complete already. Lots of people uh, like eventually those are going to grow pretty well, but like sure, I need light in this corner eventually anyways too. This is about the middle. Alright. Okay. Okay. I do want to put the blaze rods here for now. I also need to shove a decent amount of this up here too. Which somewhat requires me to go like, hey, what already exists somewhere up here? Because I don't have a deposit. Waiting. Okay. This feels a bit bad, but you know. The annoying thing is the pastels also are one of the ones that I put into my what you call it, my color wall. So I do actually need to keep the pastels. I could have sworn I had some stick stacks already stored up here then. That's up here. That's downstairs. That's up here somewhere. All right. But with the cleave lucky hit life leeching at this point, the difference between the shield and this is like, yeah, that's actually a notable amount. Okay, I have not put away this into a... See it? Today might just be a vault day. I also need an interface at some point. But that's what these are for. Ooh, cool. I am now that much closer to having a pug. Because... 4G. Also an echo. Which means I can handcraft the interface in just a moment. Assign the echo. Assign the Gorgie. Tabium. Why you... Yeah, I'm aware. I've got what I need for it. Tabium's still dodging me this season, too, apparently. Like, some people might call me paranoid, but it's done it more than a third of all the seasons I've played. That Tubium specifically has been the thing I can't find. Which means, statistically, Tubium has specifically been ruder about hiding. Okay, technically I haven't found the Bobbing or... No, you see, it's about the volume. If I'm consistently getting less total of it, it causes problems at the early game. Late game, it doesn't matter, because when you're eating an entire mine rooms, making enough for a prismatic hammer every single vault, it doesn't matter. Early, when you're trying to make, like, a pog so that you can make your loot belt out of the 2 double pouches you've bought in recent shops, then you might have some problems. To say nothing about, say, making the interface, which requires 6 of these. None of these. The Echo and the Pog I have upstairs. But before I make the interface, I need to crack the mod boxes and see if the interface is inside it. Well, before I do that, I actually have to also did I leave regular jungle planks down here or no? No. So technically that's one of the barrels that's supposed to go towards the total count. But I might just swap the different variants of Spore Blossoms so that they all share a barrel and they can use one of the extra 4s I made. I think. I might need more than 1 4, so that's not going to work. Anyways, rock. Thanks, Create. That's exactly what I wanted. Anyway, I'm going to go upstairs and spin the Pog. Updated recipe, go burr. I will say, I did the math for the old one, and I have to say, the original recipe was not actually too horrible. It might have just been a little more echo heavy than it had to be, but at 8 echo, but like, as long as the compression upgrade costs as much as it does, it can cost 8 echo for all I care, because the fact that it will cost me 18 vault diamonds just to make my iron farm a little more reasonable. Boop. Boop. Show hide fill levels. Show hide upgrades. And everything is locked. Okay. That's what it's supposed to be. There we go. Because that gives me the info so I can go and do these. Anyways, for those, I need 38 more compression upgrades. And then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one needs the more expensive one, which you can't get out of mod boxes. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Which is... Back in the day, that used to be like... That would have been... Like I did the math before, that's 44 vault diamonds. This... with the modified one, 416. Used to be, this would be the limiting factor. Because I would have also needed 22 stacks. What can't be right? Oh! Did you not know how much the compression upgrade costs? But you see, there's one problem. You see, the knowledge comes with an extra fun... Yeah, no. This is a Dowski recipe, and it's still expensive as all heck. They added this, at least, to the mod boxes, but this is still 18 vault diamonds. This used to be 1, 2, and then, like, a half stack of Larimar to make the old compression ones, which technically had even more, like, space in them. But the problem also is, hey, you want to know what it costs to compress the knowledge dust because it doesn't have a uncompressed crafting recipe, and this only works with actual, like, crafting recipes. Well, you see, this is the old compression recipe, but this only does 2x2s. Then you have to upgrade it. 20 vault diamonds to get the knowledge to self-compress. 18 for everything else individually. Oh, and 1/9 of the time, that means that you have to come over here and manually put away your knowledge dust if you're using the deposit upgrade on match inventory contents. Because once this is zeroed out, it's not registering as being in there. Oh, right. I should also do this. Because that needs a spot. I have a single cobble on me, right? Because it was supposed to go upstairs. I'll move this later. Oh yeah, if you're running your own server, go ahead and update that recipe. Absolutely. It is a bit over expensive, and I will even say, so that you don't feel bad about it, the other one that you have to use for the knowledge right now, it's fine being that expensive, because if you stick it in, say, an inventory like this, it will do any mixed categories that you put in here. The other one just reserves in this kind of a barrel or other container just reserves the first 5 slots as though the first 5 slots were a compacting drawer. And then the rest of the barrel works completely vanilla. And if you have up to the netherite, which has up to 5 upgrades, it'll be the first 5 sections of 5 get reserved as compacting, and then the rest of the large backpack-sized container ends up effectively just being a single stack slots if you do it that way. But yeah, if you have control of it, go ahead and use Craft Tweaker to update the busted recipe. I might say that one of the things you might do for balancing it, if you thought it was a little too powerful, since you can take it out and move it to a different one, and you aren't stuck with just one drawer constantly being the compacting one, is just kind of go, okay, maybe instead of it being like 2 vault diamonds, you figure out how to stick like a third one in there, or a gem or something else that just makes it a little more expensive as an upgrade. Heck, if you wanted to just kind of go, it gets to be twice as expensive, just make a recipe that says you have to go from the 2x2 compacting to make the compression upgrade. And suddenly it's 4 vault diamonds, 4 steel, and a stack of Larimar to make 1 compacting, noting that you now get up to 4 slots if it's the right type instead of 3, which, I mean, $500,000, okay, 419,840 of whatever's in the first slot for any of the 999 compressions. Also, while you're in there, for your own convenience, make sure that you add in a recipe for... Why is there an iron ingot there? For clay block into clay balls and snow block into snowballs, so that when you get them from factory rooms, you don't have to take out a shovel to get the last step. Anyways. Heck, that last one I just said even has Iskal's Blessing for it. I don't know whether or not that is ever going to happen, because I don't know how well he remembered it, or one of his admins noted it down. Sure, I'll take advantage of the overzealous hammer upgrade and take a... Like, that's a relatively good hammer one there. That one is 5. Anyways, I also need to increase my room down there, which... Glowstone. I need more glow. Okay, maybe I need to go and fight my own raids again. Seeds. I need to stop doing this unless I actually am going to start putting them in a drawer. Like, I have handling. I should router these. Won't even be hard for me to just router them up here. Bucket. Anyways, in terms of storage setup you might want to do, or like farming you want to do, or mm-hmm. Look, I'm currently having to figure out where I'm going to grab chickens from, and by that I mean I'm going to go steal all the chickens by tracking them down by their eggs. Sucker. At least I can... Hey, I can solve my beetroot seed problem. Just feed them to all the chickens. Ugh. Chimkin nugget. There's a slime underground there. Get in the jar. I love how technically if you're impulsive and you only brought one jar, you can technically decide that you're going to go after a different animal. It just might be a little bit weird to dump like 30 cows into a field to start picking up chickens. Hi, sirs. Bye, sir. He's still at a block. There is rotten flesh somewhere around here. Oh, the battery finished charging. Finally, I can use my mouse again. Okay. Technically, I should also clean up the rest of the mobs I have around my base out here in the wild. One of these days. That's why I've been breaking them. I don't like these trees. Chimkin. Especially because I don't like their style compared to the ones near them. They're a little too bright in this biome for what they should be. Like, okay. I know why kind of they added the ability to do that, and I know kind of why it's specifically just that's how you're supposed to do it, because you know it feels Minecrafty. But given the fact you have to do the shift right click to pick them up too, as opposed to just like if it was shift right click lets it out, but right click without shift to let you pick it up, so that you weren't having to shift down when you wanted to pick up them. And like I know it's so that you don't go like and like pick them all up. But then they put the stupid hey, that's how you actually place it on the ground, and that's like no. I don't want to place the jar into the world. I'm trying to steal chickens. He's stealing my yard. Anyways. You, sir. Get in the jar. Spider underground. I do need to get it back around to sealing all the holes underneath my swamp. That's a reasonable amount of chickens to start. So, time to feed them. Because it needs to become an unreasonable amount of chickens in short order. Alright. So that's enough dead chicken, and there's an extra. Well, there's an extra two. Yay! Alright. This goes downstairs. Fine. I'm apparently walking all the way downstairs. Then I'll use the teleport later. But I already got distracted and I started walking down here. Okay, yes, I know technically this doesn't get asked for by the altar, but Podzol, Mycelium, and Rooted Dirt do, and I needed a fourth slot, so it was that or Coarse Dirt, which is also not asked for, so. Alright. I just got a new lucky hit thing. I think it's vaulting time. Okay, I'm going to keep that one. I'm not going to worry about that one. Um, yeah, you can judge me all you want. You're only in existence because I'm being too lazy to actually start setting up my RS. I've got the power for it. Speaking of. I might need to sort out drawer locations for these sooner rather than later. But I started them right now because I did some math on because some of the storage blocks, you know, don't have a decompacting. I had to figure out, okay, how in the world could I do it? Well, the correct answer is you do like thermal, you do a multi-servo press, and either the packing or unpacking die, depending on what it is. And it turns out you might just want to figure out what in the world it's going to cost you. The answer is it's going to cost you 8 copper, 6 nickel, 11 iron, 1 tin, 1 plank of any type, 20 Larimar, 3 redstone block, 5 chromatic steel, and 1 vault diamond. And if you don't have a multi-servo press, 2 chromatic iron, so you can craft the gears using a crafting table rather than sticking it in a multi-servo press with the Larimar underneath. Technically, you save a bit when you start doing multiples because every 2 of them you take off 3 copper and 1 tin from that recipe, and every 3 saves you 2 iron and a nickel. And that's just because of Invar and Constantine? No. Invar and bronze being more than exact recipes for making it. But you can make it as a powder and then just cook it and whatnot. So that's why I let it go ahead and get powderized. Because, hey, turns out that makes it fairly easy to store. And actually, one of the fun things, because I had already made 5 of the drawers that are for compacting things like stone and whatnot, I technically have 5 extra for things like powdered metals. I'm going to have to move these later, but I can start with copper, gold, and iron. Gold. All good to be in there. Nickel, tin, lead, silver. Can go in this one. Let's see. L, N, S, T. Not because it needs to be in any kind of alphabetical order. I need to make that into copper tier at some point. Which costs 6, Larry? Which is fine. And then I need to go and get another redstone block if I'm going to do this anyways, apparently. Appetite gets a separate slot because it's a gem, not a metal. This is the only one that didn't change with this update, because these now all require the basic tier instead of the tier below them, which actually vastly decreased the cost because this used to be 2 diamond tier ones. Oh. Classic. How close to full is it? Not technically full. I'll get a compacting, or I'll get a stack upgrade on that at some point, probably. Not that I need it to actually have as much in there as it does, but A is for appetite. All right. It was silk. Iron? Diamonds. 2 steel. To essence. And yeah, sounds about right. right, I need 2 of the little silk things. The iron is for if I was making a stack upgrade, which I'm not. Because what I'm making, just in case, is a pickup upgrade in case I need to make a scav pouch. Howdy, howdy. Anyways, let's see, this is 20, so 95 days in? Okay, technically there was like 4 days between the 2 seasons. But I've just, like, all of Remastered, I've sat on stream. 100% so far of my vaulting with Remastered has been on stream. And about 85% of that is me complaining about storage. Mainly because they vastly nerfed the ability to make compacting drawers, because the compacting upgrades are like, oh yeah, and it does not cost 18 vault diamonds for a decent compacting drawer, especially because the compression upgrade, which is the 2-way one, is not the busted one that lets you compact an entire inventory. It's at most 5 slots, which technically is like 2 more levels of compaction compared to old compacting drawers. But, like, there's only so many things that even works on. Right, already made that. There we go. Like, those can't compact any more than 3 stages directly. None of this compacts to 4. Those are burgers, so they don't count as compacting. This doesn't compact. This is where you actually get any of the 4 compacting. But, like, when the compacting costs 2 vault diamonds to compact any one of these drawers, 2 vault diamond blocks, not the individual vault diamonds, so it's 9 times more expensive in vault diamonds. Sure, it doesn't cost Larimar, but that's just because Dowski put anvils in the recipe. But, like, okay, technically, this one's more expensive because it doesn't have the reversible recipe. So you can't even use the compression upgrade. You have to use the compacting upgrade, which is from 2x2 into 3x3, which costs you a total of the old compacting door recipe plus the new compacting door recipe, effectively. Because, by the way, this is the entire thing I've been harping on since end of April. Beginning of May, I started complaining about certain pieces not even being able to compact by these. But this, like, this one's at least busted enough. This is actually a reasonable cost because of the fact it can do, like, everything in a barrel all at once. You just can't take out any of the smaller stages. But this does at most 5 slots. Believe me, I've checked. It does one type of thing and only 5 slots. Sure, it shows up in the mod boxes now, but Like, this is what the old drawer recipe was. This would have been perfectly reasonable. Just rotate it 90 degrees and give us that one for this one. If you need it to be more expensive, put this in the middle of this recipe. But then just make this the same at both levels. And then you just kind of go like, you make this, then you stick it back in a second time, and you get the compression upgrade out of it. And you have the compacting one for the other direction. But no. Anyways, I'm not in charge of recipes on the server, so I'm going to continue to complain about it. Until, well, actually, I'm just going to continue to complain about it. If they ever do fix it, that'll be great. I'll find something else to complain about. But until then, I'm going to keep complaining about it. Because back in the day, like, I should have been able to have, like, all the vault stuff all sorted by now. Because it would have taken 44 vault diamonds for that array of drawers I had down there. Nope, that array of drawers down there is 416. And that says nothing about the things you have to throw at the altar boxes that I have over there for, like, stone and whatnot. Anyways, but rock. Rock. Okay, I have enough in there, and I have to grow some more later. But I can do another rock easily enough next. In theory, I should probably run around a couple of these ones. Because I haven't even attempted to find my Paxel yet. Or no, Pickering yet. Anyways, let's open that. Well, like, you can't deposit directly with the chest monster. And right now, all this is doing is it's grabbing things out of my attic. Well, I procrastinate ripping out this chunk and that chunk and the other chunk in that corner to expand this out. Especially because it's not even going to be that much work, because I already did all the math, and I need like one more limited barrel 1 here, and that would be every single possible variant of every single possible block the altar asks for, except for the Valara leaves that you can't get. And or a couple extra barrels for the Buildscape Spore Blossoms. Right. I went down there because the green bottles are down there. 1 bottle of pop, 2 bottles, 3 bottles of pop. Look, once I start actually getting, like, actual haste. So, like, in about 10 levels, I might actually make, like, the lowest power kind of hammer using the currently bugged out overcount on hammer jewels using Volterite. Which is going to be quite a change because most seasons, the first time I make a hammer is minimum black chromatic, which is 65. In we go. It lets you directly deposit into the chest monster that way. Because the last few times I've checked, yeah, that can pick up whatever. Like, when I've been trying to put it in normally, it's been rejecting it. But you can use the button next to it to actually deposit it past the lockout they put in. Because it's technically part of the functionality that it should be able to deposit at it. But, anyways, the crabs continue to have extra reach on the player. But as a way to encourage people to move on to an actual modded storage, which I will note, feel free to bug any of us about getting you a knowledge brew and joining the research party, because actually, here's even more fun. There's no research penalty. Every person adds 0% to the amount of knowledge stars you need. So, come join us. I have intentionally unlocked 2 of these things for myself directly. And that's just because I stayed at level 0 for long enough, and they managed to meet up in between 2 of my streams. So I missed getting some of the really early ones, so I might have unlocked 1 or 2 before somebody drank a knowledge brew while attached to the rest of the research party. To get me caught up, too. Yeah, stop that. I'm getting absolutely waylaid here because I didn't have the mana after that stupid mana traps. No. Has to be Omega. Mud box. Anyways, I have to say I do like the extra sweeping of the upgraded sweeping. It's a decent 4-point spend, but you have to also get the roughly 2.5 levels of strength by getting the 8 extra damage before you can unlock it, but, like, absolutely worth it. Anyways, like I said, I'm actually here for the gilded because I need gilded chest scrolls for an echo bounty, I think. I crashed out because of that guy last season. That was the guy that made me decide to finally stop wandering around at normal and actually finish swapping to piece of cake, because he started shooting me at in the butt from like one of these hanging ones, and it was like, how am I supposed to fight that? And I thought it was because I was at a higher difficulty. No, he continues to fire the stupid things at you, even on piece of cake. They just hurt less. Still annoying, but they hurt less. Ugh. The vault's almost always facing north nowadays, as far as I can tell. My brain goes, there was a shop you wanted to walk into, but now I can't figure out where in the world I thought I saw the shop. Oh, if you need knowledge stars, I've got some in my storage. You can yoink the knowledge from mine, because I just haven't shipped it in, and I've got several. It's the echo I don't have to make a knowledge brew at the moment. But yeah, if we need to get someone caught up, completely reasonable. I think in theory he also was supposed to get removed, but he's still here, so he's still shooting me in the butt and being annoying. Anyways, he failed to spawn there because his hitbox intercepted the rest of this point of interest, so I will take a mobless point of interest. Because the stupid cannon guy didn't show up to shoot me. Like, not even in a threatening way, just an annoying way. I also feel the same way about the, yeah. Right now, I haven't died too significantly just because of, difficulty difference, so I'm holding myself to trying to do normal some more because it gives me a better feel for the upgraded combat stuff. But if I run into the, hey, I'm dying by lag. No, it's not my connection, it's my brain, literally, today. Then I will do that, because that means that I've gotten far enough into the season that I've gotten to have a nephew day. The day when Iskal's nephew could run circles around me. Yay, another mod box. Also, I need to fix my, whatever the thing is called, pickup notifier, because it keeps getting reset whenever the update happens. Because, like, its settings aren't saved in a separate config that's really easy for me to just copy that, that config, like I do with Jade and, my inventory HUD and things like that. So, it's back to, like, decor only. And vault gear. And nothing else that comes out of, chests or drawers. Finish dying, sirs. You know, you could have actually done some movement. Yeah, I probably could have, and it probably would have hurt less. Anyway, Slaughterer. Look, my healing should come primarily from killing mobs. If I have to do it indirectly by using the Slaughterer stuff, fine. Cactus! Got me in the butt! Now I'm doing a porcupine impression. That child is too young for his own utensils. Take the fork away from him. Oh, and that notes that this evening I go to D&D where my character is primarily a cat warlock that carries around a resizing dinner fork as a trident. It's from like a magical festival that was like all the different races came around, including like some of the giant races. So like their souvenir things needed to be resizable. So if you could get cutlery, it would have to be able to get to the size a giant might use. Oh, it's supposed to auto size based on how you are. Yeah, and if you're a tricky cat, turns out your appetite can be the size of a giant, and you can convince it that you need it to be that big for your appetite. Now, the appetite might be for murdering things, but that's another matter. Anyways, I have since determined that the Gilded Blackstone is not actually in the altar stuff, and only sometimes appears in bounties, but you're not going to stop me from collecting it yet. I have to make a separate drawer for it later, but for now I'm going to continue to collect it. Also, I might need to move my vault timer if the book is going to be white in that location, so I can actually read the stupid numbers. But I'll figure that out later. For now, we're gilded. Hey, look. That's at least one of the 3 chest scrolls I need to find. Like, this isn't one of the styles Giki was collecting for lanterns, right? The brass ones or whatever. It's the... or it's the green brass and the lead ones, not whatever that one is. Right? Because when I remember it, I will try and collect the extras of the ones that are the style you're collecting. Okay, just the lead ones right now. Okay, so that's not the ones right here. Yeah. That's how you know I'm starting to have my fun for the build. Alright. That's the way I came from. Hi, slappy feet. Come get me. Come get me. Not you. The other guy. Like this one. There we go. He's reasonable for how quickly he's moving. And you know what's even better? This is the most powerful my lucky strikes have been ever. Anybody who has all of the researches that we want to transfer over unlocked. So, since you were one of the founders, you should have every single knowledge needed to have the rough equivalent. That, or you make Toe do it. Because Toe's the other one that potentially could be out of place from the rest of them. And then you just have a Crafty ate the bottle and learn the forbidden tricks. Unless you wanted to open mod boxes with a more limited scope than whatever we're doing right now. By doing something like unlocking RS. Right, because that stupid thing has lava directly underneath it, so when you do that... It continues to steal anvils, because I need them for the compacting, right? I do not have enough context to know what in the world that message was about. Is that one of the aesthetic choices you can make based on how many levels you're in? That one of the... Yay! Oh, you got startled. Okay, yes, that makes sense. That was like the third on my list. Something, something. Okay, maybe it might have been... I mean, do you think anybody else is currently behind on research that you need to connect to the research group? I think we've got everyone except for maybe Bringer. But would somebody else be willing to get Bringer up to date at some point? If Bringer actually asks you. Because I don't know what Bringer's doing. I mean, technically, there's also the chance that Humble will want to, but they haven't hopped on yet, so they can deal once they finish becoming my roommate by living in my walls. Which is impressive, because I don't have multiple block thick walls this season. Mod box. Boxes? No, my mana! How dare you steal all my mana? I don't like the mana traps. Not because I think they're necessarily too unfair for what they are, but because they don't have quite strong enough feedback on them because of the sound cue they use. So it can be a little bit difficult to tell when you've set one off so you can properly react to get out of its way. Also, I think they need to make a proper counterpoint to them for AD of splash weakness potions. So that the dang melee players can also suffer just like the mages from time to time. Look, if the mages have to suffer, everyone should suffer. 3. North. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Don't have enough pods made to make the map yet. Anyways, toxic. Innate secret. Let's do the other. Ooh, tempting. Hi, little buddy. You're coming home. Ow, ow. Jerk. My healing cloud. Like, okay, yeah. I probably should have guessed I was going to get waylaid like that, but still. Anyways, there's too many guts in here. I think technically that's its butthole. Exits there. There are too many clouds. I do not have enough kiwis for what I want to do. I want the dungeon, but that's going to be like 2 minutes. And I want to make sure that I clear out the ornate, too. Ah! Tiny children are on fire, and now I am too. Okay. Let's drink the life essence of those children I just smacked around. Yes, that's the word I wanted. Alright. I think I forego the dungeon. Like, it's nice, but I need to get out of this vault. And I want to get all of this. And if I'm not careful, one of these chests is going to Y-level bug me. And then it'll be like, collect it. Alright. Especially because my movement speed isn't that great. And those are crunchy for the amount of crit they can do. Ow. Barrel. One barrel. Dang, no barrels. Oh well. 2 levels, 2 skill points. What's been bugging me the most that I need more of? Right, the stupid book has no. The chest plate has 1 level of stunfall, or the book, one of the two. So technically I have better feather falling than normal. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. Those are 2 points apiece. I need 8 to get into this category so I can start getting greater haste. So maybe. I don't think I need to steal mana from mobs with my lucky hits. And I'm not doing anything with any spells yet. Have we figured out, is this when you're at 50% or less health, or when the mobs are? Anyways, can somebody ask Iskallia why in the world this costs 10 points for the 80? I mean, do I want to dump? Nah, I don't have enough trap disarm on other things that the extra 40 makes the difference. I think technically cooldown is better for me, but that's later. Okay, costs 2 points for each of those. I think I just start with speed. We gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Sure. Um, 8 mod boxes. That was a good run. Anyways, I don't know what in the world is Toe was going on about where like the mod boxes are so hard to find. I get them fairly consistently. The extra quarter rarity might have a bit to say about it. Okay. I mean, they also might have patched some issues between when he was making that complaint to now. Another blank seal. Hog. Cool. Loot belt. Loot belt's the next thing to make. Whoop. That recycles. Then this goes away. This goes away. Right, this was on my hotbar. So it prioritized. So I do need to set this to match inventory contents so that I can have it as a scav bag. Did I really get no jewel pouches for many of those gilded? Apparently not. Perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Okay. Right. Boop. Time to check if I need to solve that myself. Sadly, the answer is currently still yes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay. Like, you now have mega torches unlocked if we need to make you one of the lanterns that makes everything bright. Because if I remember correctly, that's basically like required for you to be just about any place in the overworld. So what was the trick? How am I supposed to put things into the stupid monster? Something about a D? Is that deposit to nearby chests? Huh, good to know. Which technically means, like, the guy who deals with chests doesn't know how to deposit to nearby chests? Normally I'm using the deposit upgrade, not whatever pork feature got put in recently. It's been there for 17 years. I never got told it, remember. For everything that everybody knows, by the time they're 30, there's 10,000 people a day learning it. Where'd you learn that from? XKCD. I might have to get a separate box for the modded things at this point. From the mod boxes, maybe. Personally, it's a bit weird that that works because you're not supposed to be able to deposit, apparently, because it's got it blacklisted. Chest monster item storing is disabled. Like, as a balance thing. So why does the little nearby chest button work? Or is it because you're near the actual chests themselves? Noting that mine might be a little bit far away, depending on exactly how it's doing it. Because they're currently near my roof. Also, guess which of my decors gets to be the first qualified candidate for an upgrade? This one. Why? Because it was already full at compacted. Anyways, this one still has a bit to go. I'm on a 2x2 grid, so it's fine to press it like that. There we go. Yay! Now that's all the positive. I might need to start setting my specific quests. Also, I might also want to put a altar down here as well. Yeah. You see, that's part of the problem. Define near. Anyways, we've seen me do this before. I'm just going to start putting my various modded things onto the wall, and I'm sure it will be completely fine. This is my RS shelf. Everyone loves thermal machines. Tempted. But at the same time, I think if I need to run into a random vault for resources at the moment, I should run an actual, like, full resource vault. Modular routers. Alright. Okay. Villager stuff can go in the villager box. Some of that needs to wander downstairs. So that's actually the question. How far? So maybe. We can test that real quick. Oh, look, I now don't have to run up and down the stairs as much. Now, the question is, okay, so it is recognizing this as a valid... So it even works with my kitchen. Cool. Thanks for the tip. That's actually going to help. Something, something. We learn things from Iskallia all the time. I mean, I still make the deluder the same way, roughly. Fine. I have to wander some of this up there manually. Because some of it isn't actually in any of them yet. Like this thing. Or these. Or that. Disk drive. Like, to be fair, at least some of my ridiculous storage up here is 1000% me just being me just procrastinating, because like I said, I've got like 100% of the drawers, well, limited barrels I would need for every single resource that the Vault Altar can ask for. All downstairs at the moment. Don't let me fine tune it. Dust. Like at least this. Yeah, that was reasonable. Let's see. And I have to go downstairs for gravel. Gavel! Gavel! Collect the gavel. I need one of these too. Gavel. 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 I think that's enough gavel. Cake. 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 Gavel. Nom nom nom. Cake. Whoop. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 2, 3. Um, Heck. I wonder. Pouch. Pouch. What is it? Then this. Just in case. I don't think it requires a diamond block, but. Okay. A lot of junk can go in here for now. Boop, 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 boop. Do, do, do. Disk drive goes here. And I guess it would also make sense if it's just in the exact same range that the chess monster can reach. Because the chess monster is based off that same distance. That already had, or vice versa. Although I don't think they set the 12. I think the 12 was set by a different mod. And then they just adapted and used the same. Alright. Let's see if... Oh, I lost my scav settings. Alright. Oh. Living. Living. Ores. 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 Wooden. Wood. Coins. Coins. Gilded. Gilded. Ornate. Gilded. Coins. Coins. Ornate. Wooden. 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 Ornate. Ornate. Mabara. Mabara. Let's see. Oh, it currently won't let you get dwellers counted. I'm guessing it's to do with them having the murdering companion thingies. And when they put out this update, dwellers stopped registering as dwellers because it's looking for the vault entity murder drone or whatever it is. Whatever the angry companion is. So because of the overlap between the two and whatnot, it could be that the reference is currently just still flipped. Anyways, this is set to anything. This is set to the vault stuff. This is hard set to scav. I have saved the scav. which means that I get to go in here again and go remove, remove. Oh, but then I have to be more careful. I need to get an advanced pickup on the other one. Yeah, I need to set this to an advanced pickup and give it the exclusion settings of, like, from the vault. Okay. This is going to annoy me just a little bit. First room or room? No, not a room. Does have a decent orb queue. Don't actually need wooden. Can of fragments. Ooh, shopping. Ooh, big shopping. Apparently this one just has burger basement. And upstairs too. I swear one of them has, like... Oh, that one's a pretty one. I thought this one also has a conduit somewhere. That's enough time. I'll find a conduit in one of them eventually. Yeah, it's working. There's some black mob essence. Okay. Anyways, I should stop getting distracted by things I'm not supposed to loot, like living. Like, I can try and spawn different things, but because I'm on coins, ornate, and ores, I should keep moving whenever I don't turn those up. Yeah, the anti-companion. Finally managed to glance back over to chat. Something, something. I was already up for 6 hours before I started playing after the last restart, so brain might be a little bit slower when it comes to words. Also to dodging. But we've already seen that. What were you saying? I need to collect those for part of the index because twisted leaves are also part of the index. Because you can throw them at the altar as a leaf. One of these times I will bother to finish making the map. Larry, Larry. Are the vault ores duller in this theme? Or did I manage to do something stupid that, like, turned off my shaders or something? Because I know earlier some of them were, like, properly shining. But it just feels like they've been darker when I was looking at them in this theme. Like, those Larrys were extremely dull. I know a couple of Larrys that are extremely dull. Hey, no insulted people. Technically, I can be done with ores already. But, if I get assassins, this is not a waste of time. Okay, if I get player gems, this is also not a waste. Especially if I get any that I haven't already got. Like, Tabian. I left my Tabian right here. Yeah. Hello, gorgeous. I want my high-speed dash back. Mainly for the cooldown. The range would help, but... See, it works. Nah! Stop pooping babies at me. GG. Yay. Ooh, it gave me a 5 roll at least. So that should help. So technically, I can now make 1 pop. Because I am still at 1 Bomb Ignite that I actually got from pillaging, not from uh anyways. Spark. Ooh, 6 roll. I think that's a coin secret back there. No, it's the living one. Dang it. Sometimes this rolls the coin secret, I think. Ugh. I got 15 minutes. I can dawdle just a little bit. Ow. Five on the peat. Alright. Time to check upstairs. Okay. Time to eat some bread. There's some coins on this one, as well as some gilded. Not that I've got anything gilded, but coins is still coins. Oh, of course I get a cracked pearl. Oh, you need the rare one? Have the Omega. What? Omega's better than rare. Right? Right? You always want the best one, right? Okay. Look. Northbound. This way. Warning. Does look like we've got the ornate secret there. Two out of three. That's pretty decent for 1 point of interest. Noting that this one's also the first one I got. Yeah. I've also made a raid farm, so do not worry about using my emeralds ever. Yeah, I made the raid farm while I was still level 0 for 14 days. Because I was going to do the entire thing. I'm currently on Piercing Javelin. If it would replace my offhand, like, it's going to be a while before that would be relevant. And I'm not sure how much, like, if you want that, feel free to preempt me on that, of course, for that one. Because, anyways, I got 10 minutes left, so I need to just keep going until I get that. Wooden. Does this have the secret? No, it doesn't have the secret. Okay. So I head back out. This doesn't have coins, it's just wooden. Not mixed. Starting to get to be same skill level as his nephew. When the player starts lagging as bad as a computer connection, yeah, might be good to stop. Wooden. Gosh. Coins? Yep, coins. That one I'm going to block up to. Hi, Dweller. No scripts. In. Wooden. Hopefully it died when it finished falling down. Because these little guys are annoying. I missed. That's wooden. Wooden. No, him no make wooden. 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 Bail. This vault's probably going to eat my butt with the timer. 5 minutes left. I've got 9 kiwis. I could extend it with, but I want to be much closer than I currently am before I do that. Not for the time, but total completion. Like, if there's a decent amount of assassins in here with these as well, I might be able to get down to just the coins left. So I should be able to get a jar in the amount of ornate that's in this room. Yeah. Those get to continue to hang out there. Dang. Anyways, that's the jars. Upstairs! I need coins and assassins. Coins and assassins. 2 minutes left. Coins and assassins. Thanks. Will do. I got 2 minutes before the vault is about to eat me. I don't plan on running back to spawn. Like, I'm just going to die in the vault if I don't get the completion here. Coins? Coins. I may still give it a run for the money on. No scripts. No scripts. I didn't do anything stupid like 6 scripts in there. Okay. Can't go north anymore. Square vault? Square vault. Thank goodness. This is not my usual direction of travel. Coins? Nope. coins down here anywhere? Small coin pile. No scripts. More coins. Dang it. Oh well. I gave it a good try. Okay. Yay! I can now handcraft a pog. Exactly. As far as I know, they've now removed the exclusivity of chaining and lucky, but I don't. I think. I know that I've seen lucky with some other things. I do think at one point I did have a lucky chaining sword last season. Not for long, because it was fairly early. Um, oh, it's not even that I don't that I need to compact them. It's that there was still none in there from the last time I compacted. Let's check the jewel pouch. Oh look, hammer size. Look, they're going to patch it, and then we won't have quite as much anymore. But until then, Load, send with some scav. Okay. I need 2 steel, 2 vault diamonds, 2 gold blocks, which are, if I've got them, they're upstairs. Goes downstairs, gets some of my melted down gold. Goes upstairs, checks my basement. 6 gold through the furnace. Nickel? Fine. You can go back to... Okay, no. Don't auto-input. Okay, then it was this. No. It's this. This. We then swap this. And it is... block tags. Scavenger item. I don't remember whether or not any of the thermal upgrades do anything for it. I think about the one I tried besides just putting in the 4Xer or whatever that all the machines can take is I tried putting in the what you call it, the range up upgrade or whatever it is, which I think just like increases the amount of spots it counts as valid water near it, and might be able to increase what it does, but I don't know. But I think like last season when I tried to put one of the uh times four things in, it didn't work. What do you mean it didn't put away my jewel? I was near the shulker box the jewels go in. Alright. Anyways, I should now not have to mess with the scav stuff while doing the scav. And like if I get especially worried about it, I can do the scav as what you call it. Now it's full. I need to actually do something about my iron and flour production next session. Besides just coming over here and putting the iron sideways into the compacted thing. I'm anything else? Right. Actually, that's the question. Does the chess monster respect dollar signs? No. You can't tag search in the chess monster. I mean, he's doing a big job for me. Alright. Strip dark oak wood. These come downstairs, these come downstairs, these come downstairs. That can go in there, that can go in there, that can go in there. Do do do. I technically could waste that Echo on a restock upgrade, then go through the effort of making a advanced restock upgrade, and tell it grab anything that is listed as can be fed to the vault altar. Right, that's the thing I should be doing next. No, ancient debris can't be fed. Saplings are at least saplings. Planks. Phantom membrane. This disc, iron nugget. Gunpowder. Iron. Wait, these can get asked for by the altar. Why aren't they in the list? They don't have the stupid tag like they're supposed to. Anyways, I probably should use that Echo from Amanda for helping out with the storage system and other things like that to make a deposit upgrade for the uh, random things end up in this bag. Purple, Red Bull, Also, if somebody needs blossom logs or anything like that, I've got spare blossom logs because I can't feed them to the altar because they're not a log type that the altar ever asked for. But the leaves are, and I need also the saplings just so that my sapling leaf setup that I've been doing for all the other leaves works. Yeah, oak leaves. I don't think bone meal is ever asked for directly. How much is my research for Baltics? Yeah. Yeah, give me half a second, and I can get that shipped out. I should have the knowledge stars here. Boop, 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 boop. Look, if all of my research gets handled by other people, that's pretty much fine. Oh, I've already made tiny cakes. Gotta remember I already made tiny cakes and they're in the fridge. They're in the fridge. Like a sensible. In the fridge. What else? Ugh. Those ones get to stay up here. Eventually I'll get around to doing the slimes. Eventually. You know, the same way I will eventually get around to Technically, I should move the shulker monster down here. Or the chest monster. Since it's done this for some storage. But I think I'm going to leave it up there for like all the loose modded stuff. And then right now, all of this is stuff that I need to make a drawer for. Make a drawer for. Anyways. I think I'll wait till next time to decide on whether or not I'm actually going to make a deposit upgrade. Yeah, technically I should swap the one I currently have down. Not that I'm currently running out of power or need faster generation, but like, you know, it's better. Strictly better. Okay. Now we go downstairs. We realized we went around it when we should have just gone over here. Stick the echo away. And we realized that we do actually just need to grab the hammer from Gicky's or make our own. Not that we've got any haste yet on me, nor a decent chance to do haste yet. Still going to be a little bit. So, I say as though I can't just like go through the effort of trying to summon a wither, end up dying, get somebody else to kill it, make a beacon using the star. Oh. Yeah, that tracks. And I think probably at that point, I can probably just craft a new one. Rather than stick with the base 9 mining speed there. Alright. Deluder, but we still haven't actually set down the deluder. And that's on me. There we go. Ugh. We're going to wrap that there for the day. Me with 0 enchanting levels and restart that day. I found out something new today. Stacked nearby chests. Works well with this little guy. But I'll catch you all next time. Bye.